Well, hello everybody, and welcome to Vinyl Treasures. I'm your host, Johnny G. John Galindo, coming to you live each and every Saturday only here on YouTube. We'll be joining Oldies and More Radio beginning at midnight tonight. So please stick around for the next 3 hours or longer for some cool 1950s and early 60s original vinyl 45s out of my collection. We count down the music chronologically here on the All 50s edition. We open up with an instrumental and two up-tempos. We opened up tonight's show with honking tenor sax man Cecil James McNeely, a.k.a. Big J McNeely. That's his first of two on the Bayou record label called Hometown Jamboree. Now, he was signed with Federal Records, I think, at the time of this release. Had 8 releases on Federal, but he recorded 2 on the Imperial subsidiary Bayou Records. And, of course, he recorded for other labels, exclusive, I think, before Federal, on 78, Aladdin, Savoy, VJ, and his last label, I think, is Swingin' Records. But this is from August 53, our instrumental, Big J McNeely on the Bayou record label, Hometown Jamboree. Well, enough of Johnny G's hometown babbling here. Let's start her off with the vocal portion. Actually, the first 3 records are flip sides from last week, but they are requests, and played this tune on the Keen record label last week, a request for Mike Sape. He sent it out to all you people in the chat room, you guys and gals in the chat room. It was called Johnny Darling, as done by the Debs. It was Daryl Letts that requested the flip side, this Los Angeles, California girl group on Keen Records. And Charlene found out that one of the members of this group was Mamie Allen, at least according to Steve Probst. She was a student at the Mount Vernon High School in South L.A., but it's with Bumps Blackwell and the orchestra. This is for Daryl Letts. I saw him in the chat room, October 57, the Debs on Keen, kind of like a Bobette sound. It's called Doom a Rocka for Daryl.
I love you, darling, right from the start.
They sound like the Bobettes to me, but they're called the Debs. The Debs from October 1957. That's on the Keen record label out of Culver City, California. Song entitled Doomaraka. That is with Bumps Blackwell and his orchestra, and he was the house band for the Keen record label. Johnny G here spinning original vinyl 45's. Here is another flip side. Actually, this is a request for Kenny Mack. I couldn't resist to play the A side of this record. I featured it last week by the great Pastels. The Pastels on the Argo record label, So Far Away. But Kenny Mack requested the flip side of this actually prior to me playing that record. So we're going to play for Kenny Mack right now. He's in the YouTube chat room there, October 1958. This is on Leonard Chess's Argo record label. These are the Pastels, their third release on the Argo label. The flip side of So Far Away features DeFosco Irvin on lead. It's for Kenny Mack, the Pastels, with a song called Don't Knock.
Well, don't knock, don't knock, don't knock on my door. I don't need you, I don't want you, I don't need your love no more. Help dry those tears from my eyes. My little baby, she just arrived. Don't knock, don't knock, don't knock on my door. Well, go away, go away, go away from my door. I don't need you, I don't want you, I don't need your love no more. Help dry those tears from my eyes. My little baby just arrived. Don't knock, don't knock, don't knock, don't knock on my door. Don't knock on my door. I don't need you, I don't want you, I don't need your love no more. Help dry those tears from my eyes. My little baby, she just arrived. Don't knock, don't knock, don't knock, don't knock on my door.
And who said the Pastels couldn't do up-tempos? That's a cool up-tempo tune there, the B-side to So Far Away. Those are the Pastels from October 1958. That's their third release on the Argo label. Actually, the B-side to their third release. That's going out to Kenny Mack in our YouTube chat room. Big D Irwin, I guess DeFosco Irvin first. Song entitled Don't Knock. Well, Johnny G wants you to knock every Saturday right here on the Vinyltreasure Show. And now last week, I played a request for listener Jim Lampley by this group out of New Haven, Connecticut. They were called The Shadows, first recording for the Lee label back in 1949. But they also had releases on Sittin' In, and I played their first one on the Decca label. Jim requested the song was called No Use, What's the Use? I think Joe Shacatano, you really like that tune there. It's from July of 1953. Let's flip it over here, because I like the flip side here. And it features Scott King on lead. I think this is the intended A-side, if I'm not mistaken. July 1953. We're going to give a listen to The Shadows on the Decca label. The song is called the same title as Maurice Williams and the Zodiac's biggest hit. But it's not that song. It's another tune. It's called Stay.
Please stay. Don't ever go away. Please stay. Believe me when I say I live for your smile, dear. Please while you may. I need you every day, not just for a while, dear. I offer you all the love in my heart. Just tell me you're mine, and we'll never will part. Please say, my darling, come what may, please stay, that you will always stay beside me forever. I offer you all the love in my heart. You just tell me you're mine, and we'll never will part. Please say, my darling, come what may, please stay, that you will always stay beside me forever. Stay.
That's the first of three for the Shadows there. Scott King on lead, July 1953. Johnny G was not listening to music then. I was nowhere near around, not for another 5 years there, but that's on the Decca label, song entitled Stay, as we want you to stay till midnight or a little longer here. Got 60 45's to feature tonight, all your requests. And here's a request for Big Dave Swinger, this group from Detroit, Michigan. First recording for the Federal record label as the Royals, and when Federal lured the Five Royales away from Apollo, Sid Nathan thought the name's too close to the five Royales, so it's too similar. We got to change it. So they became the Midnighters, and they had their first 10 releases, though. They were known as the Royals, and that extended to March of 1954. And that 10th release was called Work With Me, Annie, and that record also came out as, I think it came out like three ways, as the Royals, or like the Royals formerly, the Midnighters formerly the Royals, I think, and then just the Midnighters. I think I have it as the Royals, though. You can get it as the Royals. But Big Dave requested their 7th release, we're talking about the Royals here, with the lead singer, because he was with the group at the time, Hank Ballard. This is their 7th release on the Federal label, June 1953. For the Royals. This is for Big Dave Swinger. I saw him in the chat room there on the Federal label. It's called No, It Ain't.
Well, it couldn't be my baby, 'cause she's been gone too long. Too long, too long. Yes, it couldn't be my baby, 'cause she's been gone too long. Too long, too long. I never thought she'd ever come back home. Back home, back home. Oh no, it ain't. Oh yes it is. 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 No, it ain't. Oh yes it is. No, it ain't. Oh yes it is. Oh no, it ain't. Oh yes it is. Oh no, it ain't. Oh yes it is. It couldn't be my baby, 'cause she's been gone too long. Too long, too long. Come here, baby, tell me what's on your mind. What's on your mind? Yes, come here, pretty baby, tell me what's on your mind. What's on your weary mind? Ever since you left, my poor heart kept on crying. Kept crying, kept crying. Oh no, it ain't. Oh yes it is. 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 No, it ain't. Oh yes it is. No, it ain't. Oh yes it is. Oh no, it ain't. Oh yes it is. No, it ain't. Oh yes it is. It couldn't be my baby, 'cause she's been gone too long. Too long, too long. Oh, all night long,
Yeah, yeah,
I drift and roam,
yeah, yeah,
all against my will.
yeah, yeah,
Just couldn't keep still.
yeah, yeah.
Yes, it couldn't be my baby, 'cause she's been gone so low, 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 low. Oh no it ain't, oh no it ain't, 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 oh no it ain't, oh no it ain't. It couldn't be my baby, 'cause she's been gone too long.
There you go. That's for Big Dave Swinger. Cool rockin' tune there by the Royals. And that's with Hank Ballard on lead there. That's on Sid Nathan's Federal record label there, June 1953. That's their 7th release, written by Hank Ballard. No, It Ain't is the name of the tune. Yes, it is. Johnny G here with original vinyl 45's. We continue. We stay in 1953. Although this song released much earlier, this is a request for Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room. This group, they hail from Washington, D.C., recorded for... this is on Randy Wood's Dot record label. This first came out originally in December of 1950. I'm assuming only on a 78 on the Dot record label. And they would reissue it in November of 1953 on a 45. Actually, both sides of this are reissues of their 2 earlier releases from 1950 on the Dot label. Now, it features Sherman Buckner on lead by request for Gordy Freeman. I'm playing the 45 on the Maroon Dot label from November 1953. Let's give a listen to the Captains. The Captains on the Dot record label. It's called With All My Love.
With all my love, I give to you this rose, and with it my heart goes to. If we should part, why heaven only knows, my darling, what I would do. It seems as though my finding you was meant to be. You've made this world a lovely paradise for me. So here I stand, I'm yours, dear, to command, forever, with all my love. It seems as though my finding you was meant to be. You've made this world a lovely paradise for me. So here I stand, I'm yours, dear, to command forever with all my love, with all my love.
Yeah, I don't make records like that anymore. There you go. Those are the Captains. The Captains from November 19. Well, that issue from November 1953, that originally came out in December of 1950. I don't think that was on a 45. It was on a 78, the first press of that. But that is Sherman Buckner on lead by request for Gordy Freeman, the Captains on dot. With All My Love is the name of the tune. Now, another member of this group that went on to record in the 1960s as Masked Man and the Agents was Harmon Bethea. Harmon Bethea, a member of that group, the Captains. Johnny G here, spinning original vinyl 45s. Let's continue. We move into 1954. Did Mike Sape? Was Mike Sape in the YouTube chat room? Because this is a request for Mike Sape. This is actually a special request for Mike Sape to Jimmy Amato. I saw Jimmy in the chat room. This group is from New Orleans, Louisiana, and this is their debut single on the Imperial label. It's actually a cover song. This tune goes back to 1934. It was a standard done by the Paul Whitman Orchestra. But this group is called the Mellow Drops. The Mellow Drops on the Imperial record label, going out to Jimmy Amato from Mike Sape. Robert Kidd, he's the lead singer on this from November 54 on Imperial. It's called When I Grow Too Old to Dream. It's from Mike to Jimmy Amato.
When I grow way too old to dream, I'll have you to remember my little sweetness. When I grow way too old to dream, I know your love will live in my heart. So come kiss me, kiss me, kiss me, my little sweet. Say we'll never have to part. Oh no, when I grow way too old to dream, I know your love will live in my heart. When I grow too old to dream, I'll have you to remember my little sweetness. When I grow way too old to dream, I know your love will live in my heart. So come kiss me, kiss me, kiss me, kiss me, kiss me, my sweet. Say we'll never have to part. Oh no, when I grow way too old to dream, I know your love will live in my heart. They're called the Mellow Drops. The Mellow Drops from November 1954. That's on the Imperial record label. Mike Sape requested it, dedicating it to Jimmy Amato.
both in the chat room there. When I Grow Too Old to Dream is the name of the tune. Now, in 1956, this group would change their name to the Monitors, and record on the Aladdin and also on the specialty labels. Hope you're digging on the cool tunes tonight. We are in the year 1954. I don't think I've played this next song here on the Vinyl Treasure Show, but it is a great tune here. And this was requested in my whole 60s show. Of course, I was playing a 1960s soul 45, so they didn't figure out that I couldn't play this record there. But I said, well, look, I'll play it for you on Saturday night, because I've never played the record here on the program. But it's a request for Bored VHS Lover, as he came into the chat room last Wednesday night. Now, you all know this group from Los Angeles, California. They formed in June of 1953. They included Curtis Williams, Cleve Duncan, Dexter Tisby, and Bruce Tate. They were discovered by Dootsy Williams, who signed them to his Dutone record label in June of 1954. They would have 4 releases initially on the Dutone record label before they left over a squabble over royalty issues. And who wouldn't if you would have such a big record like this? But it was really because of their second release, this record, that would be probably, I guess, what can we say about this song? One of the most recognizable group records, I guess, to a lot of different generations. I know it was very recognizable to me, and when I was, and a lot of my friends in high school also, if there's any record they know, it's this one. And it wasn't even the A-side of the 45, because the DJs flipped over the A-side to play it. And the listeners loved it, and it was in such demand that I think Dutone was running out of labels or whatever. So through the years, there's so many different presses. I think I have about 10 different presses of this record through the years on different conditions, of course. But this is probably the best condition I've had, besides the 78 that I own. But again, multiple variations. And it's interesting, and I'm going to tell you how disappointed I was in the original press, because I remember when my aunt purchased Art LeBeau's The Oldies But Goodies album. I think it was on volume 1, if I'm not mistaken, and there was there's a piano intro that starts off, but on the originals, there's 5 seconds missed of the piano intro. And I'm like, what's going on? I don't want to listen to that one. I want to listen to the other one. So I thought it was kind of odd, but they said that the reason why it was a mistake. It was due to an error that the piano intro was left off. And I don't know how they could mess that up. But it was first issued in September of 1954, but I'm playing it off of a Dutone EP, Volume 1, that Dootsy Williams put out. Brian, I think this was Norm's EP, if I'm not mistaken, and it has the intro. This EP was issued in March of 1955, and it features Cleve Duncan on lead, and then you're going to hear Dexter Tisby. He comes in on the second bridge, and this is going out to Bored VHS Lover. It is a classic, I'd say. These are the Penguins. And to say, originally from September 1954 on the Dutone record label, I'm featuring it on the EP from 1955. It's called Earth Angel, parentheses, Will You Be Mine? This is for Bored VHS Lover.
Darling dear, love you all the time. I'm just a fool in love with you. Earth angel, the one I adore. Love you forever and evermore. a fool in love with you. I fell for you, and I knew the vision of your loveliness. I hoped and I prayed that someday I'll be the vision of your happiness. Oh, oh, earth angel, please be mine, my darling dear. Love you all the time. I'm just a fool in love with you. I fell for you, and I knew the vision of your loveliness. I hope and pray that someday that I'll be the vision of your happiness. Oh, earth angel, please be mine, my darling dear. Love you all the time. I'm just a fool in love with you.
There you go. That is a classic. I didn't see any copyright issues coming up there. I don't think I would get it for that. Probably not. But anyway, there you go. That is a classic of all classics there. That's going out to Bored VHS Lover. Those are the Penguins, originally issued in September 1954. I featured it from a March 1955 EP, Dutone EP. That is the Earth Angel by the Penguins. Will You Be Mine? And the other sides on this album, I'm calling it an EP. You got Earth Angel, I Ain't Gonna Cry No More, Love Will Make Your Mind Go Wild, and Baby Let's Make Some Love. It's actually a pretty good EP there, I would have to say. And just to show you how I was disappointed with the, of course, Hey Senorita was the A side, but it misses the intro, which kind of like, I was not happy with this when I found that out, when I got my original. Because listen to the, starts off like that. It kind of like, anyway, enough of that. As we continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show, we are in 1954, and earlier, Big Dave Swinger requested the Royals, their 7th release on Sid Nathan's Federal record label called No It Ain't, with their 10th release, as I mentioned, with their 10th release in March of 54, they were no longer called the Royals, although with Work With Me Annie, that was the side that they became the Midnighters, which also came out as the Royals. So I don't know how to consider the Midnighters. Would you think you would include the Royals releases with the Midnighters? I guess you would. So we're going to say that Big Dave requested either their 16th of 35 on Federal or their 6th of 25 on Federal as the Midnighters. Take your pick. But the song, again, this tune written by Hank Ballard, who was also on lead. This is for Big Dave Swinger in our YouTube chat room. November 54, the Midnighters on Federal. It's called Stingy Little Thing.
She said, no, move, get away from me. She said, no, move, get away from me. You stingy little thing, oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. I wanna kiss you strong, love you long. Ooh, baby, ooh, I don't said my eyes may shine, my teeth may grit, but her sweet kissing I'd never, never get. Stingy little thing, ooh, ooh, ooh. Stingy little thing, please, baby. Stingy little thing, oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. Baby, come on through, let me play with you. It won't be long before the feeling is gone. Stingy little thing, ooh, ooh, ooh. Stingy little thing, please, baby. Stingy little thing, oh my, 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 oh my.
As going out to Big Dave Swinger in our YouTube chat room, that's the Midnighters. Hank Ballard on lead there, November 1954 on Sid Nathan's Federal Records. Stingy Little Thing is the name of that tune. In February 1959, they would move over to Sid Nathan's King record label for the remainder of their releases. You better leave a lot of space in your box. Excuse me, if you're collecting the Midnighters. Johnny G here on a Saturday evening. If you're new to the program, just coming through on YouTube, please subscribe to my YouTube channel. Tell your friends about it. Thank you all subscribing this week. They want to know what specials I have in store. They're actually coming up with suggestions. They're good suggestions too. So we're going to do specials when I reach 1,000. So stay tuned for that, but we got to get there first. Now, on the last 50's show, I featured the 4 tunes for Jim Lampley. Jim Lampley's going to get me to play all my 4 tunes 45. It's amazing. For like 15 years, I don't think I maybe featured one 4 tunes record in my entire collecting time here on the radio. But I have all their records. And last week, Jim requested I Sold My Heart to the Junkman. That was their 7th of 15th on Jubilee. This week, he wants to hear their 3rd release on the Jubilee record label, a tune written by Roy, what's that name, Charlene there? Jordan. Roy Jordan. And Sid Bass. Sid Bass, of course, and his orchestra on this. This was a number 8 record on WAVZ in New Haven, Connecticut. Of course, the 4 tunes, when I used to go record hunting, especially for 78s, I would always see the 4 tunes records on that pink and blue Jubilee 78 label. But I have them in my collection, and they do some really nice tunes. They do, and they even go back to the RCA days where they have some really nice tunes. But anyway, this is for January 54. This is for Jim Lampley listening in Texas. The 4 tunes on Jubilee. It's called Do It Again for Jim.
Do it again. Don't let it end. Kiss me and then, darling, do it again. Do it some more. More, do it some more. Why let it end, darling, do it again. You make each kiss a wake up bar. So once we stop, you'll hear my poor heart beating and repeating, do it again. Don't let it end. Kiss me and then, darling, do it again. Do it again. Don't let it end. Kiss me and then, darling, do it again. Do it some more. More. Do it kiss me and then, darling, do it again and again and again and again and again. Do it again.
That's the sound of the four tunes. They're going out to Jim Lampley in Texas. That song from January 1954, Jerry Blaine's Jubilee Records, Do It Again. Johnny G will be doing it again right now, as last week on the Vinyl Treasure Show, I featured the Hamilton Sisters, and they're true sisters out of Long Island, New York. I played their second release on King. It was called You Are the One. It came out in February of 1966. I sent that one out to Amnon because I couldn't find his request. I would looked in the H boxes. I have about 7 H boxes of like group and R&B records that are not filed, and I missed it. But I was looking in the H boxes again, and lo and behold, I found it. I wasn't looking for a promo. I was looking for a red Columbia label. So I see it. I said, "What is it? What is this? What is this white promo Columbia here?" And then when I saw it, I said, "Oh, this is it." There it is, as I missed it the last time. But I found the 45 Amnon originally requested. It's their second release on the Columbia label, and it's a song that dates back to 1927 by the Paul Whitman Orchestra. They did it first, and of course, probably the best known version of this song is by Fats Domino, I would say, but this is an interesting version. This is going out to Amnon, November 1954, the Hamilton Sisters on Columbia, and their rendition of the tune, My Blue Heaven.
I'm going home to heaven just see my love. Ooh, heaven. To sit around and wait for any star above. He's waiting there for me. When whippoorwills call, and the evening is nigh, I'll hurry to my blue heaven. I'll turn to the right, all the little white lights will lead you to my blue heaven. I'll see the smiling face, our cozy room, our little nest, and nestle where the roses bloom. Just Wally and me, and baby May 3. We're happy in my blue heaven. Sometimes he makes me feel so happy. Does he? Sometimes he makes me feel so blue. He does. He always makes me feel he needs me. So I'm telling you, I'll see a smiley face, fireplace, cozy room, little nest nestled where the roses bloom. Just Wally and me, and baby May 3. We're happy in my blue heaven. I'm happy in the heaven that I made for me. Blue heaven. I'm happy, yes, I'm happy as I can be. He's waiting there for me. Blue heaven.
There you go, November 1954, going out to Amnon. Those are the Hamilton Sisters. The Hamilton Sisters cover tune there, My Blue Heaven, that one there on the Columbia record band. I think their first release is the Oop Shoop cover, but they have two others on the King record label backing up Ruth Carroll, Partners for Life. It's a good tune that they back her up on. Anyway, let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. We are in 1954. Here's a request for listener Daniel Kubacki. He is in our YouTube chat room. It's Billy Ward and the Dominoes, and they would leave Sid Nathan's Federal label in August of 1954 and sign with Jerry Blaine's Jubilee label, where they recorded 5 sides for Jubilee, but supposedly they're really wasn't a contract. I think the trade papers said, "Oh, there is no contract with them," even though they did announce it. But the recordings were done on a trial basis. They said, I don't know, maybe they were, because it was kind of odd. I was like, they're on Jubilee too? I said, what happened with Jubilee? So anyway, they did 2 45s on the Jubilee label. Now Daniel requested their first, written by the lead singer on this one, Billy Ward. He's on lead here. The only thing is with this record, it has surface noise. And, it took Johnny G a while to figure it out. But there was a couple of guys out there that would polish 45s. And I actually saw them in action, or I saw one of them in action. So what they would do is they would go to either the $1 or $5 bins. And if you see you're looking for a worn record that the label doesn't look so bad, because you don't want to have a nice shiny record with a poor label. That you don't want. You want it to look as real as you can. Of course, it's a way to deceive the buyer, because they're really VG records at best. And there's a number of polishing methods also. This person that I'm talking about actually used a buffer. He called it, he would clean your records, and he would buff them down. And the bad thing about that is it would actually take a layer. It would actually it'd be like you were compounding your car to get a scratch out, how you compound it out. Well, that's what he would do with some buffer machine and some kind of solution, whatever. That's one of the ways, but there are 2 other ways to do it. But the sound quality is poor, unfortunately, because it doesn't play well, especially a record that has been in a jukebox, etc. But the label looks good. You can get away with it. Not to babble on here, but this is for Daniel Kubacki, October 1954. Billy Ward and the Dominoes on the Jubilee label, with Billy Ward on lead. It's called "Come to Me, Baby."
Night is dark. Come to me, baby, and I'm all alone. I need your love, all my own. Here am I on bended knees, my baby, baby, come to me, baby. I need you so, I need you. Oh, the lights are low, 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 the music's blue. I'm in the mood, but where are you? Baby, come into my heart, come before the teardrops start. Come to me, baby, I need you so, I need you. Oh, my mother's gone, my father's too. Without your love, what would I do? Life is only misery. I'm like a ship that's lost at sea. Come to me, baby, I need you so, I need you so. Ship that's lost at sea. Come to me, baby. Come to me, baby. Come to me, baby. Oh, baby.
That's going out to Daniel Kubacki, Hiss and all there. Billy Ward and the Dominoes. Billy Ward on lead there from October 1954. That is their first on the Jubilee Records, Come to Me Baby. I think, again, after whatever the fiasco with leaving the company, Sid Nathan must have won something, because they had to go back to King Records and do another 12 sides for Sid Nathan, and I guess he put them out later on the King label. But anyway, so there you go. That's for Daniel Kubacki. As we continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show, let's move into 1955 now. On the March 4th, 2023 Vinyl Treasure Show, I played a request for listener Victor Marotti, and he requested the Bel Airs on the Flip label, their tune called White Port and Lemon Juice. That is their second release for the Flip label. Now, it was listener Butch Ford in Hawaii asked if I could play the flip side here. This tune co-written by the lead singer Donald Woods, going out to Butch, May 1955. Give a listen to the Bel Airs. The Bel Airs on the Flip label. It's called This Is Goodbye.
She loves me. Why has my darling gone away? Where is my darling today? Why did she go away? My girl, I loved her true. Doris, you came. Pearl and I are through. Goodbye, goodbye, Pearl, goodbye. Was my girl. Yes, and I loved her too. But then one day, Doris, honey, you came. Now Pearl and I are through. So, this is goodbye, Pearl. Pearl, I'm sorry. This is goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye, love. Pearl was my girl. I loved her too. Doris, you came. Pearl and I are through. Goodbye, Pearl. Goodbye, Pearl. Goodbye. Goodbye. I must go. Pearl, there is something you ought to know. Please believe me. I don't love you.
Sounds of California here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. That one there by request for listener Butch Ford. Butch Ford listening in Hawaii, May 1955. The Bel Airs, Donald Woods on lead with the Bel Airs on Flip, A Tale of Galloping Woe. Yes, this is goodbye. There you go. Now with their next release, they were called Donald Woods and the Bel Airs on the Flip record label. But Johnny G not going anywhere. You're going to stick around here till at least midnight, maybe a little bit of overtime here. Let's continue now. And here's a request for Chuck Mitchell. I saw Chuck in our YouTube chat room listening in the state of Ohio as this artist, pianist, and singer and bassist from Lafayette, Louisiana, had two releases on how do you pronounce that, Charlene? Malloy, Malloey, Mel Malloy's Melody record label out of New Orleans, Louisiana. His real name is Ernest R. Suarez, but he recorded as Roy Perkins. Now, this is his second release on the Melody record label, and it's a song he wrote. This is from 1955. This is going out to Chuck Mitchell in our YouTube chat room. Let's give it a spin. Roy Perkins on the Melody record label, Meladee. It's called You're Gone for Chuck.
Like the night without the moonlight, or a king without a throne, I need you here beside me, 'cause I can't go on alone. The clouds may come, the winds may blow, leaves will fall, but I'll still know you're gone. Oh, I'm so blue, I can't go on, 'cause I'm not with you, you're gone. I hear you when the wind calls, I feel you when the rain falls. Where are you? Can't you hear me? My life's a misery. Oh, I'm so blue, I can't go on, 'cause I'm not with you, you're gone. My darling, you're gone.
That's going out to Chuck Mitchell in our YouTube chat room. That's Roy Perkins, and Daryl says the monitors, the uncredited monitors backing them up. But that one there from 1955 on the Melody record label, You're Gone is the name of the tune. Johnny G, not going anywhere, not yet. Here we are, all these songs saying you're gone. Johnny G, not gone. As we continue, here we are in 1955. Let's go to Newark, New Jersey now for this next request, as both the label and the group is from Newark, New Jersey. And it's a request for Big Dave Swinger in our YouTube chat room. And the tune written by the lead singer of the group. His name is Louis Van Dyke. This is from September 1955. The first time I heard this tune was on the Time Capsule show sometime in the early 1970s. Let's give a listen to the Carnations. The Carnations on Herman Lubinsky's Savoy record label. It's called The Angels Sent You to Me for Big Dave.
The angels up in heaven must have sent you to me, and the good Lord up above has meant this to be. must have mentioned my name. I don't know how they knew that love. I played a losing game. I was alone again. I was drunk again until you came into my heart. Well, you held my hand and life began. You made my life a song. Well, the angels are up in heaven must have mentioned my name. I don't know how they knew that love. I played a losing game. Angels up in heaven sent you to me.
Has gone out to Big Dave swinging in our YouTube chat room. Great tune there by the Carnations. Louis Van Dyke on lead, September 1955, Herman Lubinsky's Savoy Records. The Angels Sent You to Me. Of course, I featured, somebody requested their Enrica single from 1959 not too long ago, Love Open Up Your Heart. I featured that here on the program earlier in the year. Johnny G here on a Saturday, spinning my 45's. Actually, your requests here. We are in the year 1955, and let's give a listen to this request for James Lampley in Texas. Again, he requested the Dewdroppers. This is on an EP. I don't have the cover of this. When Spence offered me this, I still took it though, because they do some cool tunes here on this EP, and this song that they're doing only came out, maybe all these only came out on an EP, I'm not sure, but there are 4 cuts, and this is side 2, cut 1 on this Groove EP, and it's a cover tune. This, of course, a big hit for Leroy Griffin and the Nutmegs, and Jim requested this version by the Dewdroppers, July 1955, a Groove EP. Let's give a listen to the Dewdroppers version of Story Untold. This is for Jim Lampley in Texas.
Do, 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 do.
Here in my heart there's a story untold of a girl who left me standing in the cold. Since she's been away, I've never had a happy day. But I hope and pray she'll hear my plea. Maybe someday she'll come back to me. For here in my heart there's a story untold. After all you've said and done, you said we'd be as one. But darling, I found I was wrong. So what did you do right from the start?
You made a fool of me, you know you broke my heart.
I hope and pray she'll hear my plea. Maybe someday she'll come back to me. For here in my heart there's a story untold. made a fool of me. You know you broke my heart. I hope and pray she'll hear my plea. Maybe someday she'll come back to me. Here in my heart, there's a story untold.
Cover tunes here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. That one there going out to Jim Lampley. The Dewdroppers version of The Nutmeg Story Untold, July 1955. That's on a Groove EP. Of course, the Dewdroppers did background vocals for other artists for RCA Records. I think like Big John Greer and Sonny Gale, of course, had their own releases on RCA and also the Groove labels with two EPs also. Anyway, I only have that one, Big Dave. Let's continue here on Vinyl Treasures. And on last week's show, I featured this group, the Starlings, out of the Bronx, New York. It was actually a request from Mike Sape sent out to George Tompkins called I'm Just a Crying Fool. And let's flip it over here. And that was the B-side we featured last week. This is the intended A-side, their first of two on Sidney Siegel's Dawn record label. And this is the intended A-side, written by the lead singer. His name is Bill Lindsay on lead. This is from February 55. These are the Starlings on Dawn. It's called Hokey Smokey Mama.
Ooh, hokey smoky mama, get away. Hokey smoky mama, get away. I don't want you to come here to stay. So hokey smoky mama, get away. You're always in my way each night and every day. So hokey smoky mama, get away. Why you always do me the way you do? Treat me mean and dirty and hurt me too. When I call and ask you to come home, you call me dirty names and you went along. I tried to do my best, now I'm tired of your mess. So hokey smoky mama, get away. I wanna thank the man that took you off my hands. So get back, hokey smoky mama. Better change your ways. Yes, you better heed my warning. I'm gonna end your day. Hear me talking now. Have I ever tried to do you wrong? Treat you like a queen sitting on the throne. Yes, you took my love and you went away. Now I got somebody else and you can stay. You know just how I feel. I never will forgive. So hokey smoky mama, get away. I know you can't survive without my line of jive. So get back, get back. Hokey smoky mama, you know I used to care, but I found out in my troubles your loving ain't nowhere. Hokey smoky mama, get away. Hokey smoky mama, get away. I don't want you to come here to stay. So hokey smoky mama, get away. You're always in my way each night and every day. So hokey smoky mama, get away. Get away, get away, get away, woo, get away, get away, woo, get away, get away, woo, get away.
That's the first of two for the Starlings on Sidney Siegel's Dawn record label out of New York City, the Starlings with Hokey Smokey Mama. That one there from February 1955. Of course, this group would sign with MGM Records and call themselves the Twilighters. Two great records they do on the MGM record label. Be careful of the bootleg of this because they look pretty real. It's got to have the Dash 45 and the dead wax. I was telling Nick about it. It's got to have the Dash 45 in the dead wax. We continue here on the 50s and early 60s edition. We are in 1955. Billy Ward and the Dominoes return, this time a request for listener Chuck Mitchell in our YouTube chat room. This is their 18th of 21 releases on Sid Nathan's Federal record label, and this is Chuck's favorite Dominoes tune written by Billy Ward, but it features the great voice of Jackie Wilson on lead, and they recorded this March 2nd of 1954, was released in April of 1955. Billy Ward and the Dominoes going out to Chuck Mitchell in our YouTube chat room. This is on Federal Records. It's called Love Me Now or Let Me Go.
Love me now or let me go. Let me go. I'm getting tired of waiting for you, sighing and crying and dying and trying to make my dreams come true. Need your arms to hold me tight, while that old moon is sinking so low. Tease me and squeeze me and easily please me. Love me now or let me go. I'm getting tired of kissing my pillow and telling my heart it is you. Must I cry like that willow my whole life through? Girl, I need you here tonight. My poor heart is aching me so. Take me and make me, but never forsake me. Love me now, let me go. I'm getting tired of kissing my pillow and telling my heart it's you. Must I cry like the willow my whole life? Girl, I need you here tonight. My poor heart is aching me so. Take me and make me, but never forsake me. Love me now or let me go. Let me go.
April 1955 release for Billy Ward and the Dominoes by request for Chuck Mitchell, the great Jackie Wilson on lead. Love Me Now or Let Me Go. That one there on Sid Nathan's Federal record label. We continue here on Vinyl Treasures. We go to Philadelphia now. And last week I played a request for Gordy Freeman on Herb Slotkin's Grand record label out of Philadelphia. The group was called the Marquees. The song was called The Bells. Now, Gordy also likes the flip side. He actually left it up to me to play either side. Well, I couldn't resist playing the flip side tonight, and I think also, Daniel Kubacki, you mentioned that you like this tune. This is from May of 1956, another rare 45 here by the Marquees, Marquees. This is on Herb Slotkin's Grand record label. This is for Gordy and Daniel. The song is called The Rain.
While sitting here watching the rain come down, I thought of my first love when I was young, unable to know that love at first sight is blind. I stumbled on, yes, with loving care, for this first love of mine.
Remind me, darling, remind me only of you, falling from the clouds to my heart. But someday, I'll be on the top, and you'll be just somebody's fool.
I've lost my first love. Yes, knowing it was love at first sight, I learned to care for a second love, thanking God for showing me the light. All this, my love, came about because of the day you were there, just standing there in the rain.
May 1956 release there for the Marquees. The Marquees on Herb Slotkin's Grand record label. That's going out to Daniel Kubacki and Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room. Song entitled The Rain. Geronimo, if you're looking for that one in the wild, it's nearly impossible. Maybe if you go to Philadelphia, you might be able to find it, but I would bet you would find the 1961 presses on the Grand label, but you can and plus the spelling of the group is wrong. And there's probably copies on eBay now if you check Markees. That's the Marquees with a K, and those are the second presses put out by Grand Records, by the way. Thanks to probably Slim Rose involved in that. Johnny G here on a Saturday. Let's continue here now. Jimmy Amato asked me if I had this record, and I wasn't checked off in any of my books. It wasn't in my Ken Klee book, and it wasn't in my. I use the Kreider Price Guide as a checkoff. You know, sometimes on 45 Cat, I'll check off records there too. You can see the records that I own there. As I don't put them all on there, but as I research them, I will check them off that I own them. So I'm going through the box today. I don't know what I was looking for. Somebody it was in the P box, and lo and behold, I see the Pyramids. I said, wait a minute, did Jimmy Amato request the Pyramids? And I asked Charlene, and she said, well, Johnny, I did the research on the Pyramids. It's there. So I didn't even know that I had this record. So sometimes I surprise myself. But anyway, this is a request for Jimmy Amato. This group is out of New Haven, Connecticut. They were initially called the Four Leads, as they sang gospel, but then they started singing pop tunes and became the Pyramids. And then they ended up meeting up with Ruby Whittaker, who was recording with the Chestnuts on Joe Davis's Davis record label, and she got them the audition, which resulted in 2 singles released in 1956 on the Davis record label. This is their second, and a request for Jimmy Amato that I didn't know I had. It features Herbert Salisbury on lead. It's from October 56. They're called the Pyramids on the Davis label. For Jimmy Amato, it's called Before It's Too Late.
Before it's too late, you better be sorry. Won't you come back to me before it's too late? The longer we wait, the farther we drift along. Who cares who was right or wrong? If it is too late, one little thought persistently keeps running through my mind. Why lose you foolishly when you were so hard to find? So if I'm to blame, I'll take that blame cheerfully to bring you back to me before it's too late.
Before it's too late, you better be sorry. Won't you come back to me before it's too late? The longer we wait, the farther we drift along. Who cares if we're right or wrong before it's too late?
One little thought persistently keeps running through my mind. Why lose you foolishly when you were so hard to find? So if I'm to blame, I'll take that blame cheerfully to bring you back to me before it's too late.
That's going out to Jimmy Amato in our YouTube chat room. The sound of the Pyramids. The Pyramids from October 1956. Joe Davis's Davis record label there. And featuring Hubert Salisbury on lead, Before It's Too Late. They would have one more release backing up Ruby Whittaker on George Gollner's Mark X record label. That's a great record, 2-sided 45. I bought that from somebody in Texas. I forget who that was. Anyway, Johnny G losing his mind here tonight. We are in the year 1956. We have a classic sound up next by this group from Queens, New York. They signed with B. Caslin's Hull record label, initially for 4 releases on Hull, and this was their third release, their third of 4 on the Hull record label, co-written by the lead singer. His name is James Shepard. This is with Al Brown and his band, and this is a request. This is a request for Gordy Freeman from May 1956. The Sound of the Heartbeats. James Shepard and the Heartbeats on the Hull record label. The song is called Your Way. This is for Gordy.
You always will remember. You'll never will forget the one that you love yet. Now that she's gone, she's gone. You love her, I know. With a broken heart, you'll go your way, and she'll go her way. You tell her goodbye. Please don't cry. But in your eyes, yes, there are tears. You say, darling, how could you say you and I are through? After all, we've been together for years. You love her, I know. With a broken heart, you'll go your way, and she'll go her way. You'll go your way, and she'll go her way.
That's a great sound of the Heartbeats there. I never get tired of the Heartbeats. There you go. That's for a Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room. James Shepard and the Heartbeats there, May 1956. On the Hull record label, B. Caslin's Hull Records, Your Way is the name of the tune. Of course, they have so many great records. They do the Heartbeats. That's a record I found in the wild, both with the ring and without the rings. I would think the with the ring is the second, because I think the first releases were without the ring, at least according to Louis Silvani's book. Anyway, but Marvin Pod, you got to put in with the ring and without the ring there. I don't know if they're different prices. I found them in the wild for 10 cents. This one was the better condition one, though. I would have played the other one if it sounded better, but this was okay. Plus, I got the nice mint 78. Johnny G babbling on here. Let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. We still are in 1956. This is a request for Daniel Kubacki. I normally play the flip side of this record, but after the Orioles left Jubilee Records in 1956, they signed with Vivian Carter's VJ record label for 3 records. And I think they also have one on the subsidiary Abner label, which I do have. What is that called? That Sugar Girl record. But that one also came out on VJ Records too, by the way. But this great, of course, the great Orioles out of Baltimore, Maryland. Although at this time they were known, or with this release, they were known as Sonny Till's Orioles. So, and I think there was there might have been some changes in the group members possibly, but this is on Vivian Carter's VJ record label. This is their second of 3 from November of 1956. I normally play For All We Know, but Daniel requested the flip side here. Of course, Sonny Till on lead. Going out to Daniel, Sonny Till's Orioles. It's called Never Leave Me Baby. This is on VJ.
Wah, wah, wah.
call me on the telephone. If you ever need me, baby, call me on the telephone.
On the telephone.
'Cause I told all of the guys they better leave my gal alone. Got to have you, baby. Yeah, love you, baby. To know that I love you so. I got to have you, baby.
As going out to Daniel Kubacki in our YouTube chat room, the sound of Sonny Till's Orioles with Sonny Till on lead, November 1956. Vivian Carter's VJ record label, that's the second of 3 on VJ. Never, Never Leave Me is the name of that tune. Let's stay in 1956. Here's a request for Joe Shacatano in our YouTube chat room. Now, 2 members of the Hollywood Flames. Now, this group includes 2 members of the Hollywood Flames. What does this say here? Dave, and those 2 members are David Ford and Bobby Bird, a.k.a. Bobby Bird. This is on Art Roop's specialty record label. They were known as David Ford and the Ebb Tides, but the interesting thing about this is David Ford, he doesn't do lead on the side that Joe Shacatano requested. The side that David Ford does lead is the flip side. It's called The Sound of Your Voice. But this side that Joe requested, the lead is done by Bobby Bird. This is from November of 1956, but they're called David Ford and the Ebb Tides. They should be called Bobby Bird and the Ebb Tides, but they did not. But this is on the specialty record label, and the song is called My Confession. This is for Joe Shacatano.
My dear, I'm sorry for all mistakes I've made. I've done lots of wrong, my darling. Many wrong things I've said. I know now, darling, how happy I would be if you would accept my heart, dear, and say you love me. May I never live a day if I don't mean what I say. I know I've done wrong before, but I'll never do wrong anymore. Oh, darling, you can fill my soul. I'll never love another. It's love untold. May I never live a day if I don't mean what I say.
Well, I know I've done wrong before, but I'll never do wrong anymore. No, so, oh, darling, you can feel my soul. I'll never love another. It's your love or none at all.
There you go. That's going out to Joe Shacatano there. It says on the label, it says David Ford and the Ebb Tides. David Ford is on lead on the flip side of that from November 1956. And the song that he's doing lead on the flip is called The Sound of Your Voice. But this side included Bobby Bird, a.k.a. Bobby Day, on lead. That's on Art Rupe's specialty record label, My Confession. That's for Joe Shacatano. Let's continue here. This is a special request for listener George Tompkins. He's watching. He's kind of had to maneuver his laptop over to his sofa so he can lay down and watch the program. So that's why George is not typing into the chat room, but he is tuned in. But he wanted to send this next song out to all of us in the YouTube chat room, all the guys and gals tuned into the program, and thank you for, thanking you for your prayers and for all being here, enjoying this great music here. Now, this group is out of Philadelphia. They first recorded a song written by their manager Herman Gillespie, who previously wrote Sister Suki for the Philadelphia-based Turbans. Now, the song that they did first was a song called Magic Kiss. I think the Magic Kiss came out in June of 1956, flipped with another tune. But later that year, the group would re-record the Magic Kiss for Epic Records, and they flipped it with a different flip side, a tune written by the lead singer of this group. His name is Norman Smith, and it is a request for George Tompkins, going out to all the listeners here to the Vinyl Treasure Show and in the chat room from October 1956. These are the Keystoners. The Keystoners on the Epic label. It's called After I Propose. This is for George.
Bum, 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 bum. I just thought that you should know that I love you, darling, love you so. So don't let your answer be no. After I propose, please don't make me ask you twice. Won't you please say that you'll be my wife, and you'll love me the rest of my life after I propose. Play your part. I love you so. Let me slip it on your finger. Then all you've gotta do is to give me your heart. Oh, please, my darling, I'm begging you. But do as your heart tells you to. Don't crush my heart the way you would a rose after I propose. I have the ring, dear, can't you see? So won't you play your part? I
I love you so.
Let me slip it on your finger. Then all you've gotta do is to give me your heart. Oh, please, my darling, I'm begging you. But do as your heart tells you to. Don't brush my heart the way you would a rose. After I propose, darling, after I propose.
B-sides here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. That one there, special request for listener George Tompkins, watching Johnny G on the YouTube and in our YouTube chat room there. The great Keystoners there, Norman Smith on lead, from October 1956 on the epic record banner After I Propose. As we continue here, we are in 1956 now. Last week, I played a request for, if I get your name right, if you gotta tell me how to say it, Indrajit Advani. Indrajit Advani, and he was in, where did he tell me he was? He was in Philadelphia, then he was in Singapore or wherever. Bangkok, I think he told me he was in next. But he requested Winona Carr on the Specialty record label. It was called Hurt Me. Actually, that was a great rendition that she did with a group, the Turks, backing her up. And I think it was Big Dave Swinger. You asked me to play the flip side of this. Of course, she sang gospel in the early part of her career, but then she went secular with these in the late 1950s on Specialty Records. This is June 1956. June 1956, Winona Carr, and the Turks. The Turks uncredited, backing her up. This is for Big Dave Swinger. It's called Jump, Jack, Jump.
Well, crazy about you, baby, 'cause you're just like a jumping jack. Crazy about you, baby, 'cause you're just like a jumping jack. Jump a little, stop, then jump right back. Jump and rock every morning, rock and jump all day. Ooh, jump and rock every morning, rock and jump all day. Jump a little, stop, then rock away. You go to the ball, people stop and stare, looking at you, baby, jumping, rocking everywhere. Crazy about you, baby, 'cause you're just like a jumping jack. Jump a little, stop, then jump right back. Yeah, jump, 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 baby, jump, 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 baby, jump, 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 baby, jump, 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 baby, jump a little, stop, then jump away. Jump, 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 the ball, people stop and stare, looking at you, baby, jumping, rocking everywhere. Crazy about you, baby, 'cause you're just like a jumping jack. Jump a little, stop, then jump right back. Oh, jump, 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 baby, 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 jump, jump, jump.
That's going out to Big Dave Swinger. They're the sound of Winona. I lost my place. Sound of Winona Carr, June 1956, Art Roof Specialty record label. Jump, Jack, Jump is the name of the tune. Flip side, a nice rendition she does of the song Hurt Me. I like that record. I even like it by the Robins. I do. But anyway, let's continue here. Got to say hi to John Hall. Also got to say hi to Joel. Just came into the chat room there. And we continue here. We are in 1956. And let's continue here. Now, I've been featuring the other versions of the song Tears in My Eyes, and I was going back and forth with Gordy Freeman on the versions of this, and I said I would feature other versions. We were talking about the other versions on which one is best, and I think we said maybe the Baltineers, but I like this version here too. This is on Henry Stone's chart label out of Miami, Florida. And, of course, this is the Dreamers tune. They originally did it in 1955 on Grand, but this is from December of 1956, and it features Howard Patton on lead. We're going to send this one out to Gordy Freeman and Emnon. These are the True Tones on the chart label, and their rendition of the tune, Tears in My Eyes.
Love is in my heart, tears in my eyes. I love you, dear, so we'll have to part. Darling, darling, I have tears in my eyes. Tears in my eyes. I love you, dear, deep within my heart, and I pray to Him that we'll never part. Darling, darling, I have tears in my eyes.
Whoops, I lost my place. We'll send that one out to Emnon and Gordy there, December 1956. The True Tones on the chart record label, Howard Patton on lead, their rendition of the tune, Tears in My Eyes. Now, Flipside's a great tune called Magic. That used to be a Ronnie I theme song to one of his programs. That's the first time I heard that record. Now, this record was supposed to go to Rich Rosen, but I ended up with it because I bought it from Ed Sokol. Ed Sokol sold it to me so many years ago, I think in a whole batch of records for, I forget what I paid, maybe $35 or something for it, with a couple of some Winley 45's also. I mean, this is when I was working in White Plains for Container Transport International. I was just a staff accountant back then, doing bank recs. Yuck. Did you ever do a bank rec for a cash disbursement account with thousands and thousands of transactions? It's not that easy, I'll tell you. Johnny G babbling on here. Let's continue here, and we move into 1957 now with a request for Kenny Mack in our YouTube chat room there, and you all know this group. They're from Gary, Indiana. They had 20 releases on Vivian Carter's VJ record label, and on February 1st on February 1st, 1957, they had a recording session for VJ Records, but Gerald Gregory did not show up that day. Of course, he was the bass of the group. He didn't show up. They're like, where is Gregory? But he was in jail for non-support, and VJ wouldn't loan him $300 to settle the matter, and he was gone for several months, unfortunately. So they had to quickly get a bass singer, and they were able to get Lester Doc Williams to come in and sing bass on that recording session. And the songs they did that day were Everyone's Laughing, I Lost You, A Lovely Way to Spend an Evening, and this request that Kenny Mack requested. It's actually the B-side to Everyone's Laughing, co-written by the lead singer, and his name, of course, is Pookie Hudson. This is from March 1957 for Kenny Mack, the great Spaniels on VJ. It's called I Owe You for Kenny.
I owe you the starlight. I owe you the moon. I owe you a wedding. Let me pay you soon. I owe you many kisses. I owe you a thrill. If you'd be my missus, a pain would be my bill. That I owe you. These arms for long evermore. I owe you I owe you my love. I owe you, pretty baby. I owe you my heart. I owe you my heart.
That's the great sound of the Spaniels there, going out to Kenny Mack in our YouTube chat room. I had to upgrade this record like 5 times. That's Brian, that's Norm's copy. Absolute pristine condition of that record. And the flip side too, Everyone's Laughing is a pretty nice, great shape too. Those are the Spaniels, March 1957. Pookie Hudson on lead. Vivian Carter's VJ record label, I Owe You, is the name of the tune. The only thing Johnny G owes you is 45's every Saturday night from 9 to midnight right here on YouTube. We'll be joining Oldies and More in about an hour or so stick around there for that. Hope you're digging on the tunes. If you are, please subscribe to my YouTube channel. Tell your friends about it. When I get to 1,000 subscribers, I'm going to be doing specials during the week. I try to do that, as my parents are almost all the way back now, really. So we're going to try to do that, get Johnny G's record collection in order. Let's continue. Here we are in 1957. Last week, I played a request for listener Joe Shacatano in our YouTube chat room. He asked for Earl Lewis and the Channels, the B-side to their second release on George Goldner's Gone record label. It was called All Alone. I think it was Timothy. It was Timothy in our YouTube chat room and Darrell Letts that requested the intended A-side. Of course, Earl Lewis and the Channels, they're originally from Harlem, New York, and they left Whirling Disc Records to sign with George Goldner's Gone record label. Their first release was the great rendition of That's My Desire. This was the follow-up with Earl Lewis on lead, December 1957. This is for Timothy and Darrell, the Channels, with Altar of Love.
Altar of love, altar of love.
At the altar of love, we vow to be true. She said someday we'll marry, but she took someone new.
Took someone new, instead of you.
All her love words we said were lies from the start. Though she hurt me deep, I still love her with all my heart.
With all my heart, with all my heart.
Now many days have passed since she walked out on me, but the torch will be burning for her love eternally. As I kneel at the altar, dear one up above, tell her I'll wait forever for her at the altar of love.
At the altar, the altar, the altar of love.
As I kneel at the altar, dear one up above, tell her I'll wait forever for her at the altar of love. At the altar of love. At the altar of love. At the altar of love.
That's the great sound of Earl Lewis and the Channels there, their second release on George Goldner's Gone record label. That's going out to Darrell and Timothy, Altar of Love, December 1957 release. Found that in the wild. Actually found 2 mint copies at the same time for a quarter. You can't go wrong paying 50 cents for 2 copies of that 45. Johnny G here on a Saturday evening. If you want to send me an email with your requests, send them to me at vinyltreasures@aol.com. We are in the year 1957. This is a request for Jim Lampley, and so many people tried to sound like Frankie Lyman and the Teenagers. So many groups out there with Kitty Leeds. This is another example here. This is on Monty Bruce's Power record label, and this is on the Green Power record label. What is this, the red label? Anyway, but it's a Frankie Lyman sound-alike, I have to say. This singer, he's from the Bronx, New York. This is a request for Jim Lampley in Texas. His real name is Edward Rabinowitz, but he recorded as Eddie Robbins, and there's an uncredited group backing him up on this. They are the three friends that recorded for the Lido label. You know the song called Blanche? Well, they're backing him up on this. This is late 1957. This is by request for Jim Lampley. This would be picked up by Dot Records. I showed Big Dave. Did you see that I had a West Coast and an RCA press of that Dot 45? But anyway, this is for Jim Lampley, Eddie Robbins, and the uncredited three friends from late 57 on the Power label. It's called Dear Parents.
But you know I have feelings too. Oh, dear, dear parents, I've fallen so much in love. Set me free from your apron string. Let me be with the one I love. That's all I'm asking for. I may seem wild like a little child, but I found someone that I adore. Oh, dear parents, please give me your guiding hand. Sweethearts too, so I know you'll understand. Dear parents, please give me your guiding hand. You were young and with sweethearts too, so I know you'll understand. So I know you'll understand.
Kitty Leeds here on the Vinyl Treasure Show, going out to Jim Lampley in Texas. Eddie Robbins, late 1957 release on the Power label. Dear Parents is the name of that tune. Was picked up by Dot Records in February of 1958. It's easier to get on Dot, much easier, by the way. As we continue here, we are in 1957. Here is a request for listener Emnon. He requested a duet. They're known as Roy and Gloria. Now, Roy was the manager of the Harptones. And he wrote a lot of their songs, played piano on a lot of their sessions, and he managed the group. His name is Raul Sita, and Gloria is really Gloria Hawkins. She is from Washington, D.C., and they recorded as Roy and Gloria. They have 2 releases on the label. This is their first of 2 on Sid Nathan's deluxe record label. This tune written by Raul J. Sita. This is going out to Emnon, September 1957. This is Roy and Gloria on deluxe. It's called So Good, So Fine, You're Mine.
Said
want you to be mine.
I think you are divine.
You know I want to hold you tight.
Love you all night.
And in the morning,
I'll be on it.
but I'll still feel the same as last night.
I still love you.
And I want you so good, so fine, you're mine. So good, so fine, so good, you're mine. So good, so fine, so good, you're mine. Wah, 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 wah. You know I want you to be mine.
I think you are divine.
You know I want to hold you tight.
Love you all night.
And in the morning,
I'll be on it.
but I'll still feel the same as last night.
I still love you.
And I want you so good, so fine, you're mine. So good, so fine, so good, you're mine. So good, so fine, so good, you're mine.
So
So fine,
good. So good.
so fine, you're mine.
There you go. That's Roy and Gloria. Did the harp tone? Well, Mike Sape says that the harp tones record this? Maybe they did, and now they came out with of course, a duet there. That's for Amnon. That is Roy and Gloria. That's Raul Sita and Gloria Hawkins there as Roy and Gloria. That's their first of two on the deluxe record label from September 1957. So Good, So Fine, You're Mine. And unfortunately, we lost Raul Sita on December 13th of 2014 when I worked for Transamerica Leasing. I was the manager of planning, and somebody that worked in the next department over was a neighbor of Raul Sita. So I think he might have lived in Westchester County somewhere. And we're talking about, I'd left that company back in 1998. So, but I never really pursued it. I would have wanted to pursue it, but I didn't. Anyway, Johnny G here on a Saturday evening. Hope you're digging on the cool tunes. If you're new to the program, please subscribe to my YouTube channel and click the thumbs up button if you like what you hear. We got to get to 1,000 subscribers before the end of the year so I can do some specials. Let's continue here. We are in 57. This is a request for Joe Shacatano in the YouTube chat room, and it's a 45 on Harry the Hipster Gibson's Hip record label, HIP Records. It's out of, is it Venezi, California, or Venezi. I don't know how you pronounce it. Venezi or Venezi, California. It's with the Johnny Otis Orchestra, and there is a group backing her up. It's a great two-sided 45. I don't know, maybe they're the Hollywood Flames. I don't know, but it definitely sounds like Richard Berry is in the background. So listen very closely to this record, especially in the beginning. Her name is Faye Wilson, and she wrote this tune April 57. This is for Joe Shacatano, Faye Wilson and group on the Hip label. It's called Playing Me for a Fool. This is for Joe.
Well, baby. Well, child, now.
My man does me wrong. Yes, he's using me for a tool. He's breaking my heart to pieces and playing me for a fool. I say don't treat me that way, baby. I can't stand much more. It's causing my heart misery and pain. It's gonna drive me insane. He goes out at night
child now.
Breaking my heart to pieces and playing me for a
That's going out to Joe Shacatano. That is Marvin Pod says the backup group is Bobby Day and the group is the Hollywood Flames. There you go. That's for Joe Shacatano. Her name is Faye Wilson. Faye Wilson. That's a record that Greg Surik sold me. The late, great Greg Surik sold me that 45. Remember when he asked me, he said, Johnny, you need this. And I said, yes, I do. Faye Wilson, April 1957. That's for Joe Shacatano, playing me for a fool on the Hip record label. Let's continue here. This is a request for Ronnie Sherman, who was with Frank Cassie watching Johnny G. Frank Cassie, I showed a record sleeve that I found when I was looking at my 45's here. I was in the P box, of course. It's a used sleeve, so somebody used your sleeve. It says from the music library of Frank Cassie. So you owned a record by Joyce Spivey called Dreaming an Angel. Maybe it's one that on the Olympic label. So I have that record in my collection. So I don't know if that was something that you sold or I ended up getting, and maybe I reused that sleeve. I don't know, but that's your record. But Frank Cassie with Ronnie Sherman watching Johnny G. At least they were till 11 o'clock. But anyway, so but this is for Ronnie Sherman, listener Ronnie Sherman. I am guessing, and George, you can correct me, that this group is from Manhattan because they were called the Manhattans. And this is on Bob Shad's Warner record label, and both sides of this record are excellent. Now, the A side is called How Do You Say I'm Sorry, which is good. We'll probably play that next week. But Ronnie requested the B side as this is on Warner number 1015, written by Fred Johnson, who was the pianist in Leroy Kirkland's orchestra. This is from November 57 for Ronnie Sherman, the Manhattans on Warner. It's called Love Is Where You Find It for Ronnie.
Love is where you find it. Love is where you see. Time is not important. Any day or week. I saw you, then I knew. Love is where you find it. I had lots of girlfriends, they all broke my heart. Then I prayed to heaven for just one more star. On Monday was the day. Love is where you find it. In a garden filled with honeysuckles, that's where I found my love. When I look, my knees begin to buckle, because this thrill was new. Now I'm so happy, haven't got a care. Got my love beside me, won't have to search no is where you find it. Love is where you find it.
As going out to Ronnie Sherman there, great sound of the Manhattans. That's on Bob Shadd's Warner record label out of New York City, November 1957. Love is where you find it. That's with Leroy Kirkland and the orchestra. Let's continue here. We move into 1958, although this record was released in late 1957, December of 57. Now, last week I played a request for Nat Papagallo down in Naples, Florida. He requested the Serenaders, their debut single on the Chock full of Hits label. I played Never Let Me Go with George Kerr on lead. Was Frank Cassie, I think, and Darrell Letts that requested the flip side. Again, this side written by the lead singer George Kerr. I'm playing it on MGM records, though, because it's a cleaner copy. It's a little grainy on the Chock full of Hits, but such a great two-sided 45. And the MGM came out in February 58. This is for Darrell and Frank Cassie. These are the Serenaders with George Kerr on lead on the MGM label. It's called I Wrote a Letter. As going out to Frank Cassie and Darrell Letts, the sound of the Serenaders. George Kerr and the Serenaders featured it on the MGM record label. I Wrote a Letter, February 1958. It's fun finding records in the wilds. I went to I don't know, it was a local sale, and she had a small box of records, and that was in it, and a whole bunch of other records from the 58, 59, 57 era, and they were all clean in original sleeves, and she wanted 35 cents a piece. Of course, I bought them all. The total came out to something like $15 and some cents. But it's fun to get records like that, especially if they're mint. But who has the time anymore? Maybe now that I'm retired, maybe I'll find some time to go to some. But it's, so many years later, you're talking about this was late 70s, the 80s, the 90s, here we are in 2023. It's not that easy to find find them out there. But they are there, so you got to keep looking. Johnny G babbling on. Here we are in 58, and we continue with the requests. Here's one for Joe Shacatano. We go to Brooklyn, New York, and you know this group. They had a big hit called Silhouettes in 1957 on XYZ/Cameo Records. Joe requested their third release on the Cameo label, tune written by Frank Slay and Bob Crew. It features Hal Miller on lead. This is from March 58. These are the Rays. The Rays on the Cameo label for Joe Shacatano. It's called The Man Above.
Who makes the moon disappear when the sun begins to rise and to appear again late in the afternoon when the sun goes down and dies? Who makes those blue skies above, which are so bright and clear? Who makes those stars so far away and yet so very near? Is he the man who gave me love to share my whole life through? Oh, all these things I'm grateful for, but most of all for you. For he's the man from up above. He made the earth and sky. For he's the one whom we all love. He made you and I. He made you and
B-sides here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Those are the Rays. That is the B-side to Rags to Riches, a song entitled The Man Above, requested by Joe Shacatano, March 1958, their third release on the Cameo label. That's Hal Miller and the Rays. We continue. We are in 58, and we go to another request, this time for Ronnie Sherman. This is on the Mercury record label. They had two releases on Mercury Records. This is their first. It's a nice ballad. They're called the Miller Sisters. This is for Miller Brothers, not Miller Sisters. That's COVID fog, folks. These are the Miller Brothers. There are the Miller Sisters, too, by the way, that do some great records, but this is a great record. This is for Ronnie Sherman from April 58, the Miller Brothers on the Mercury label. It's called Try. This is for Ronnie.
You'll never know unless you try. You'll never know what love can do. Long as you keep acting shy, afraid to let your dreams come true. You'll never know how much you miss. Your happiness might pass you by. Wonder what it's like to kiss. You'll never know unless you try. The flower of love is in each heart, to blossom from the moment you're in love, you will understand the reason why. The thing that you've been dreaming of can all be yours if you will try.
You never know unless you try. You never know what love can do.
Long as you keep acting shy, afraid to let your dreams come true. Like to kiss, you'll never know unless you try. You'll never know, no, never know unless you try.
You'll never know unless you try.
As for Ronnie Sherman, that is the sound of the Miller Brothers. Miller Brothers, their first of two on the Mercury record banner, April 1958. Song entitled Try. They do a nice record on the Coed label from 1963. I'll have to get that one on here on the program as we continue here. And up next is a special request from Mike Sape, dedicated to Johnny G and all the chatters, all you guys and gals in the chat room. This came out on two labels. First, it came out on Benny Hess's Pearl label, which was out of Houston, Texas. Then a year later, it was picked up by Judd Records. And what are you asking me? What is Fred asking me? If it has lines on it? No, it does not. It's a crappy styrene press on Judd. But I decided to play the vinyl press on this. But it's by Charlene, you didn't put the group. Oh yeah, there you go, back. But this is Lee Harrison. Now Lee Harrison and Charlene, the tune written, she's got it here. The tune written by Ray Doggett and Kenny Rogers. Somebody put that Kenny Rogers is the singer on here. There's no way does this sound like Kenny Rogers. He may have written it, that is for sure. He may have written it with he did write it with Ray Doggett, that I will bet on. But it's not Kenny Rogers singing. But this is by request for Mike Sape to Johnny G and all the chatters, July 1958. Lee Harrison, backed by the Counts, Kounts. I'm playing it on the first label, Pearl Records. It's called Mine Alone.
Be mine to miss, just
before. So darling, hear my plea. Mine alone, mine alone. Please, please be mine alone. Please be my very own. Just mine alone. Oh, baby, be mine alone.
That's going out to Mike Sape, sending it out to all you chatters there. That's Lee Harrison being backed up with the Counts, July 1958, on the Pearl label. Mine Alone is the name of the tune. A year later, issued on the Judd label. I guess I have an East Coast press because I don't have the lines. I do have like Cookie and the Cupcakes and Ray Smith's and Tommy Rose. Well, some of the Tommy Rose don't have lines on it in their vinyl, but they're not Monarch presses, not those. Anyway, Johnny G babbling on here. Let's continue. We are in 1958, and this is a request for Timothy in our YouTube chat room now. When Frankie Lyman officially separated himself from the Teenagers, that was August 1957. He began his solo career. The first song he did was My Girl, I think, was issued on Roulette Records in September 57. This was his fifth of 12 on the Morris Levy's Roulette record label out of New York City. This charted number 14 on KWBR in Oakland, California. This is for Timothy. This is Frankie Lyman, a solo effort by Frankie Lyman on the Roulette label from August 58. It's called The Only Way to Love. This is for Timothy.
Show you love her, prove you love her with every kiss. And when you kiss her, really kiss her, it's like heaven to kiss like this. A little hug when things get blue will let her know your love is true. So when you love her, really love her, that's the only way to love. The only way to love, to love, to love, to love. The only way to love. The only way to love, to love, to love, to love. The only way to a little hug when things get blue will let her know your love is true. So when you love her, really love her, that's the only way to love. The only way to love, to love, to love, to love. The only way to love. The only way to love, to love, to love, to love. The only way to love. The only way to love, to love.
That's going out to Timothy, a solo release for the late Frankie Lyman there. August 1958 release, his fifth of 12 on Morris Levy's Roulette record label, The Only Way to Love. Is tune in here to the Vinyl Treasure Show on Saturdays from 9 to midnight. Tell your friends about it. Subscribe to my YouTube channel. We need to get to 1,000 subscribers as we continue. We are in 58 now. Last week I opened the vocal portion with this group from Brooklyn, New York. Their second release on Hiram Johnson's Johnson record label. The song was called, what was the song called, Charlene? Pleading No More. Duh. Song called Pleading No More. A listener, Daryl Letts, asked Johnny G to play the flip side of this. This is from 1958. It features Nathaniel Bouknight on lead. This is on the Johnson record label. Let's give a listen to The Shells. The Shells from 58 for Daryl. It's called Don't Say Goodbye. That's going out to Daryl Letts there. The Sound of the Shells, Nathaniel Bouknight on lead. That's their second release on the Johnson record label out of New York City. Don't Say Goodbye, 1958 there. I tried to upgrade this. I want Braden's 78 of this. That's what I want. But you trade me that 78, Braden, I'll give you a bunch of 78s here. We'll do a trade for that record. But I tried to upgrade this. I have two copies. They're both in similar condition, so it was difficult to upgrade this record. I think I bought this from Chris Ciccone, if I'm not mistaken, the late Chris Ciccone. Anyway, Johnny G here on a Saturday. We are in 1958, and this is a request for Kenny Mack. We go to Philadelphia, PA for this group. They had 5 releases on Sid Nathan's Deluxe Records. This is their 4th. It features James Brown Robinson on lead. Released in April 1958. Let's give a listen to the Guy Tones. The Guy Tones on the Deluxe label. This is for Kenny Mack. It's called Baby, I Don't Care.
Well, I don't care what people say or do, as long as I have you, baby, I don't care. I don't care. Well, I don't care what people look and see, just so you belong to you want me. I don't care as long as you need me. I don't care as long as you love me. I don't care. Please don't leave me. I don't care. I don't care. Don't deceive me. I don't
April 58 release there, Sid Nathan's Deluxe Records, a fourth of 5 for a group called the Guy Tones. That's going out to Kenny Mac, Baby I Don't Care. That's on Deluxe Records. That's a 45 I found at the 303 Drive-In Flea Market. It was in Orangeburg, New York. I walked up to this guy, this big truck, and he was taking out these boxes of still photographs of movies. So I said, what else you got in there? I see books. He goes, I got a ton of 45s I'm taking out. I says, okay. So they were in like tomato boxes, those tomato boxes with the holes in them with the tops on. So he started putting them all on the table, and I was there early, and they were all sleeves. So I start going through them, and there were a lot of 60s stuff. Then I saw like deluxe sleeves, the green, the brown, the green and brown deluxe sleeves, and there were a bunch of their records in there and other stuff from the 50s, but they were all mixed up, and he wanted like 10 cents a piece. So I think I bought about maybe $50 worth of records there. He had so many, and that was like a cool thing to come away from. So I found some good records when I used to go to flea markets back in the early late 70s, early 80s, when I had my 71 Chevy Impala, would drive over to Orangeburg, New York, and go to Yonkers Raceway. That's in the beginning. Collecting was fun for Johnny G. Then it got a little bit expensive. Again, they call me a sink. That's an inside joke with me and George. That's what I am. Anyway, let's continue here. And this next artist, he's from Coffeyville, Kansas, and this was his debut single. This was a record that my aunt really liked, and she never was able to find it in the record store. Every time she went, they were always sold out, unfortunately. But it wasn't really a big hit. It was number 80 on Billboard, 58 on Cashbox. It was a number 11 record on KPHO in Phoenix, Arizona, written by the singer. His name is Wade Flemons. This is Wade Flemons and the Newcomers. It's on Vivian Carter's VJ record label. He has a few on the VJ label. This is his first from November 58. Wade Flemons and the Newcomers with the tune, the original version of this, covered by so many groups. It's called Here I Stand.
Here I stand, all alone in my lonely and here I stand. I'm singing la, la, love you so, la, la. Don't you know, la, la. Don't you know I love you so? If you need a heart that's true, if you need someone to love you, yes, and here I stand. I'm singing
That's the sound of Wade Flemons and the Newcomers, November 1958. That's their debut single on Vivian Carter's VJ record label. Here I Stand is the name of the tune. They performed that. They lip synced that on Dick Clark's American Bandstand. I wish they would put that stuff out now. I mean, come on here with all the copyright crap that goes on. Put those dance shows out so we can see the girls dancing again. Anyway, Johnny G babbling on here. Let's continue. Here is a request for Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room, and this is one of my aunt's favorite tunes because she bought this. She didn't get the Wade Flemons, but she did buy this 45 when it came out, but she gave it away. And she didn't buy it for the other. She bought it for the B side, I guess we can call it, but she said she loaned 13 45s to one of her high school friends when he enlisted into the Army, but she never got them back. And this was what she couldn't remember them all. I said, Mary, why would you do that? I mean, I made a mistake. I lent two 45s to my first manager, John Franchi, in Yonkers. One was his father's birthday, or no, not his, somebody else. His name was Norman, and I didn't care that I didn't get Sue Thompson's Norman back, and I didn't care that I didn't get Paul Peterson's My Dad back, but you never lend records out because you'll never get them back. I never got those records back, but anyway. But she did buy this when it came out, and this is a request for Gordy Freeman. This group is out of Brooklyn, New York, and the lead singer, his name is Anthony Guardine, but he recorded as Little Anthony. And for you collectors out there, the first presses of this come out as The Imperials. That is the first way that this was pressed. I got a nice East Coast press of this I found in the wild, and some girl, she had really kept her records really nice, and this was in there, no stickers or nothing on it. But of course the A side was a big hit for them called Tears on My Pillow, but my aunt and so did Gordy liked the B side of this, co-written by Richard Barrett. This charted number 4 on WDON in what is that, Wheaton, Maryland? Anyway, it's from June 58, by request for Gordy Freeman. The Imperials on this release on End Records, and I call this a classic. It's called Two People, and that's what it is. It's Two People in the World. This is for Gordy.
Just two kinds of people in the world. Be
now, 'cause I'm in love. I'm the boy who told the girl of the stars up above. Just the kinds of people in the world. Why can't we fall in love? Just the kinds of people in the world. Why can't we fall?
That's the great sound of Little Anthony and the Imperials. It's going out to Gordy Freeman there, June 1958. That's their first release, their first of 14 on George Goldner's N record label. Two People in the World. The A-side was called Tears on My Pillow. They performed that on American Bandstand and probably that Beach Nut show there. I wonder if they did that side, at least on the in the weekly show. You would think they would. A lot of the groups would sing both sides of their records. Not all, but some did. But we got a twin spin here on Little Anthony and the Imperials, and this is a request for Timothy in our YouTube chat room. This is their 5th of 14 releases on George Goldner's End record label. And gonna have to ask Fred Clemens. It says here, written by Gary Shelton. Is that the same Gary Shelton that recorded as Troy Shondell? I would guess. Possibly, I don't know, but this was their follow-up to another good one they do, Wishful Thinking. I like that record, Wishful Thinking. This was the follow-up. This charted number 81 on Billboard, 71 on Cashbox, a number 4 record on WINE in Buffalo, New York. This is for Timothy, May 59. Little Anthony and the Imperials on End, and their tune called A Prayer and a Jukebox.
I said a prayer and played the jukebox. I played what used to be our song, 'cause it's the only thing I had since our love affair went wrong. I saw you dancing with another. My heart was breaking with each beat, 'cause no one knew that I still loved you, and that I willed you here with me. Then the music started playing, and I saw you glance at me. With a sigh, you shed a tear as they played our melody. And by the time the song had ended, I knew that things would be alright. Though you are his tonight, dear, you'd be mine tomorrow night. Oh, tomorrow night. Tomorrow night.
As going out to Timothy in our YouTube chat room, Little Anthony and the Imperials there. That is their fifth release, fifth of 14 on the N label from May 59. A Prayer and a Jukebox. I wish I had a jukebox. Nat Papagallo, I know you have your jukebox. You put the 45's in. I would never put my $3,000 45's in a jukebox. I'm just too scared to do that. Anyway, that's just me, though. Let's continue. Here we are in 1959. And speaking of Nat, he requested this group out of Queens, New York last week, their second release, the B-side to their second release, called Love or Infatuation. And that, of course, by the Videos. Of course, their first release was called Trickle Trickle. The flip side, an excellent ballad, as was the release last week. But let's give a listen to this. This was the A-side, I think, and I used to like this side a lot from January 1959. And this is actually, is this the B-side here? I don't know. Maybe this is the B-side. It features Ronald Cussey on lead, the second of two on Casino Records. Let's give a listen to the Videos. The Videos from January 59. It's called Shooby Dooby Cha Cha Cha. The Videos.
Shooby dooby wah wah, shooby dooby cha cha cha, shooby dooby wah wah, shooby dooby cha cha cha, shooby dooby wah wah, shooby dooby cha cha cha. Boom 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 boom, brum bop bop bop.
Your love goes around, yes it goes up and down. Oh baby, can't you see? I want you to love me. Oh, I wonder what can the matter be. Won't you try to help me to understand? Your love is something that I do adore. Please say you love me for now and evermore. Your love goes up and down, and my heart is spinning all around, wondering what to do. Nevermore your love, yes it goes up and down, and my heart is spinning all around, wondering what to do.
January 59 release there for the Videos, their follow-up to Trickle Trickle, song entitled Shooby Dooby Cha Cha Cha. That one there on the Casino record label. Want to welcome in the Oldies and More Radio Network here to Johnny G's Vinyl Treasure Show. We're here from 9 to midnight. We are in overtime on Oldies and More Radio. This spinning for original vinyl 45's from the 50's and early 60's. If you have a request, you can send it to me at vinyltreasures@aol.com. If you want to check the show out on YouTube, go to Johnny G's Vinyl Treasure Show and subscribe and hit the bell to get get notifications. Be sure to give me a thumbs up if you dig what I'm doing. As we continue, we are in 59. Here's a request for Joel Chandler in our YouTube chat room as Zenith, as this group is out of Shreveport, Louisiana, and they were named after a car. I'm pretty sure this was a car, and someone can correct me if I'm not. Was there a car called a Fairlane? I think there was. So they were called the Fairlanes, and this is the intended A-side of their 45. It features Charles Pennywell on lead. This is from March of 1959. This is for Joel Chandler. These are the Fairlanes on Lucky 7. It's called 17 Steps.
In this prison, oh yeah, I count as the other men die. Oh yeah, I count all the steps to this death cold chair. God help me to count as I cry, as I counted, I throw a tomorrow. I will not be counting for somebody else. Making the long walk, oh yeah, and counting those steps for myself. I will step in this prison, oh yeah, I count other men die. Oh yeah, I count all the steps to this death cold chair. God help me to count them tomorrow.
There you go. He is walking to his death, really, if you listen to the title, listen to the song. But it's called 17 Steps. They're called the Fairlanes from March 59 on the Lucky 7 label. That's going out to Joel Chandler. Now, Charles Pennywell is on lead. And yes, Jimmy Amato, you are correct. This is the same group that recorded for the Dart label, and they also recorded for TikTok Records. I have those two 45s. If you want to request them, you can. As we continue here, and we are in 1959. Let's go back to Queens, New York. This is a request for Gordy Freeman. This group had 3 releases on the Record label out of New York City, and this is what you would call a self-contained group, because they played all their own instruments and did their own vocals. Now, this is their 3rd release on Record. Now, the members were Bob Girardi, he played the piano, Carmine Ray, he was on drums, Ray Baxter was on bass, Joey Clay on guitar, and the lead singer and sax player for the group was Lenny Dean. This is from May 1959. This is going out to Gordy Freeman. It's Lenny Dean and the Rocking Chairs on the Record label. It's called Memories of Love. This is for Gordy.
Of love, oh, oh, oh.
guys, Lenny Dean and the Rockin' Chairs, their third release on the Record label, May 1959, Memories of Love. That's going out to Gordy Freeman there. Great tune as we continue here. We are in 59, and on the February 18th, 2023 show, I played a request for listener Nat Papagallo. He requested this group out of Memphis, Tennessee. Originally this came out on the Satellite record label, a label that would eventually become Stax Records. It would be picked up by Mercury Records. They're called the Veltones. And I played Fool in Love for Nat Papagallo, and Daniel Kubacki wanted to hear the B-side of the 45. This is from September of 1959. I have it on the Mercury label. These are the Veltones. For Daniel, it's called Someday.
Someday, some way, somehow, under the sun, I'll find you. Someday, some way, somewhere. Under the sun, I'll find you. I'll search from sea to shore, for I must have your love once more. I'll even ask the wise man, because surely must know where you are. Someday, some way, somehow, under the sun, I'll find you.
Somewhere under the sun, I'll find you.
B-sides here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. That's a nice side too, gotta say. That's for Daniel Kubacki in our YouTube chat room, the Veltones. September 1959, I have it on the Mercury label, first issued on Satellite Records. The Veltones with Someday. I think they also recorded in 66. They have a soulful record on the Gold Wax label that I have played on the Saturday night, the Wednesday night show. Anyway, we are in Vinyl Treasure Overtime. Hope you're digging on the tunes. We are in the year 1959, and next we go to Jerry Capart's Freedom record label out of Hollywood, California. This is for Kenny Mack. Kenny Mack, where are you getting all these cool records here? Now, this group backing him up, they're called the Alpacas. They had a release in 58 on the MMI record label. I have that record. Probably time to play that record again. But this singer goes by the name of Willie Walker. Willie Walker and the Alpacas. This is on the Freedom record label. This is for Kenny Mack. As we go to January 59, in Willie Walker and the Alpacas, it's called 365 for Kenny.
One day without you, I'm a gone goose. 2 days without you, baby, what's the use? 3 days without you, I almost died. Oh, baby, baby, how I need you by my side.
365, 365, 365 days. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. What do you?
I kissed you once and heard a wham bam bash.
I kissed you twice and saw the lightning flash. And then I knew I had to hold you tight. And kissing you morning, afternoon, and night. 365, 365, 365 days. Yeah, 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 of the year. Whoa, baby, baby, how I need you by my side. 365, 365, 365, yeah, 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 of the year.
That's going out to Kenny Mack. 365 days a year. Well, it's called 365 days. That's Willie Walker and the Alpacas from January 1959 on the Freedom record label. That's Jerry Capart's Freedom Records. I got some other, well, Freedom's got, what, the 4 Dots on there with Jewel Aiken? I collect the Freedom label. I tell you, I collect thousands and thousands of labels. I did collect. Now I'm just focusing more on, let's just say, content versus then quality versus then just all these, country records, etc. So because I'm running out of space. I'm telling you, I'm running out of space. We continue. We are in one more in 1959, and this is a request for Timothy, for this group that formed at Plain Edge High School in Massapequa, Long Island. Joe, you might know where that is, but they were 3 guys and a girl. And Mike Fox, Mike Love, Jimmy Curtis, and Judy Lloyd. Now, their first release was in 1958 on the Greenwich label out of New York, and this was their second, which came out in 1959. It features Jimmy Curtis on lead. Now, his real name was James Martin Stuhlberger, but he recorded as Jimmy Curtis. This one from May of 1959. This is for Timothy. These are the MJs, EMJAYS, the MJs with their second release on Greenwich. It's called Cross My Heart, parentheses, and Hope to Die.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby.
Cross my heart, hope to die. If what I'm gonna tell you is a lie, I love you so.
I love you so. Oh, baby.
Cross my heart, swear it's true, that my every day depends on you. So don't you go. I swear to every star above, you are my one and only love.
Oh, baby.
Cross my heart, hope to die. I don't wanna live if you say goodbye. I love you so. I swear to every star above, you are my one and only.
baby.
As by request for Timothy, told you I collect every label. That's the Greenwich record label. I got some stuff on that label, like instrumentals by, I think they're called the Chiefs, possibly. I don't know. Those are the MJs there with Jimmy Curtis on lead, May 1959. That's for Timothy. Cross My Heart and Hope to Die on the Greenwich record label. Let's move into 1960 with this special request and dedication. This is a request for Joel Chandler in our YouTube chat room, and he wants to dedicate this song to his late grandparents, his grandmother Beverly and his grandfather Jack Chandler, who he thinks of often. Very nice thing to do, Joel, that you are dedicating this to your grandparents. And it's, I'm saying, I used to visit my grandmother every day. Never knew my grandfather. Unfortunately, he died in 1961 at the age of 50. So I never really got to it was like my grandmother said, or I should say my mother felt, she kind of felt cheated, that for every day that she lived after her life, it was a gift, depending on her father dying at 50. And she was, 19 maybe, or 20 years old at the time, my mother? No, 21 maybe. Well, she was born 36. So it's a great gesture, Joel, so that's a very nice, thoughtful thing to do. And I'm glad you requested this record, because this used to be an ultra-rare 45. Came out on Ray Dobard's Music City record label, but when he passed away, the IRS seized all his assets. He had, I think, at least 3 warehouses of records. And I remember when his first one was auctioned off. I was working for LK Comstock Railworks at the time, and I forget his name. Who's the guy that had Rhythm Records in California? Then he moved to Connecticut. I forget his name, but he ended up he was one of the players, and I don't know if Manship was one of the players. There were a bunch of players, but Saturn Music also was one of the players. But I didn't get this record from Saturn Music, but it used to sell for over $1,000. Now I think it might go for $300, maybe a little bit more than that. But it's a cool up-tempo record out of Berkeley, California on Dobard's Music City record label from August 1960. This is for Joel Chandler, dedicated to his grandparents, Beverly and Jack Chandler, Joe Blackwell, and the Individuals. It's called Beverly, My Darling.
Beverly, Beverly, my love. Beverly, Beverly, my love. So, Beverly, my darling, I'll need you so. Beverly, my darling, I'll never let you go. You told me that you love me, please come back to me. I'll always want you. Listen to my plea, Beverly, my darling, I'll never let you go. I really love you, Beverly, please come back to me. I'll always want you by my side. I never
That's going out to Joel Chandler, dedicated to his grandparents there. Lost my place. Yeah, Beverly and Jack Chandler there. The sound of Joe Blackwell and the Individuals, August 1960 release. It's on the Music City record label. It's called Beverly, My Darling. Now, Big Dave Swinger says it goes for $200, so it even is going further down in price. I think, it was Rico T that I bought mine from. I think he sold it to me for like $5, I think, or $4.50, somewhere in that area. But it used to sell for over $1,000 at one point. Very similar to the Peter Crawford 45 that came out, what was that? Peter Crawford on Sandy Records. There Goes a Young Girl. That was another record that used to sell for $1,000, but now I think it sells for $75. And I remember it was actually Greg Surik that wanted to sell me a copy a long time ago. I think John Greco out in, did he move out into Nevada? He was here on the East Coast. So I called him. I think I said this story. I called him up and he said, I want $500 and $5 postage and a postal money order. I was like, okay. But then I found out he had like 250 copies or something. So I was not a happy camper from that. You can't sell a record for $500 when you got 200 copies of it. Are you kidding me? That was not, I'm telling you, when I found out about that, that would finish my dealings with anyone. And I've done that a couple times too. They lost out on thousands of dollars. I'm telling you, thousands of dollars that I spent on records with certain people. I just didn't do it anymore. I said, I'm not doing you. Swindle me, you're done. Johnny G babbling on here. Let's continue here, as this is a special request too. This is requested by Mike Sape, dedicated to George Tompkins. This singer from Syracuse, New York, was previously the lead singer of the Rhythm Cadets on the Vesta label in 1957, and in 1959 he had a release on the Stentor label. I played that either last week or the week before. A great tune, The Shrine of the Echoes. His real name is George Singleton, but he recorded as Bebo Singleton, and this song charted regionally. This was number 21 on WNDR out of Syracuse, New York. You would expect that. And this is on the Vim label, VIM Records. I think a subsidiary of Clock Records, I think. It's called Variety in Music. By request for Mike Sape, dedicated to George Tompkins. May 1960, Bebo Singleton on Vim. It's called Dreams. Yeah. Dreams, oh Dreams. For Mike to George.
Dreams, oh dreams, dreams, please come true. You're my only hope. All my faith is in you. Dreams, oh dreams, the magic you can do. Each night I dream she loves me too. When I awake at night, it leaves me so blue. But dreams conquer this loneliness and bring my lover in me.
That's going out to Mike Sape, dedicated to George Tompkins, Bebo Singleton, and chorus and group there, May 1960 on the Vim record label, Dreams Oh Dreams, the name of the tune. We move to 61 now. This is a request for Amnon, this group out of Harlem, New York, first recorded for Johnson Records that hooked them up to George Goldner in 1957. In 1959, they switched labels. They signed with ABC Paramount, and this was their fourth of 5 for ABC, co-written by the lead singer. His name is Richard Blandon. This is from March 61 by request for Amnon, the sound of the Dubs. Richard Blandon and the Dubs on ABC Paramount. Their tune is called If I Only Had Magic. This is for Amnon.
If I only had magic, I'd pull the stars from above. I'd use all my magic and to make you share my love. And if I only had magic, I'd pull the moon down for you. I'd use all my magic and to make you say I do. I'd find a diamond ring to match your eyes of blue, and I'd give my everything just to be with you. If I only had magic, I'd dream of you each night. I'd love and adore you and hold you so tight. If I only had magic, I'd do so much for you. If I only had magic, my dreams would come true.
That's the great sound of Richard Blandon and the Dubs. That's their fourth of 5 for ABC Paramount Records, going out to Amnon, the Dubs, with If I Only Had Magic. As we continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show and Vinyl Treasure Overtime. Actually, Charlene, was that... who requested that? Who requested that? That can't be right. Because I wouldn't play 2 by M. That record was up there. That's somebody else, Charlene. Who requested that record? Was it Ronnie Sherman? Who requested that? That can't be Amnon, because I'm playing this next one for him. I wouldn't play 2 in a row. So something's going on with that record there. So anyway... So she's got to tell me. So Charlene, you have to tell me what went wrong with that. But this is for this gal is for, what is it? Emmett City, Louisiana. And at the age of 15, she relocated to Houston, Texas. She signed with Don Robey's Duke record label in 1958. Unfortunately, she only had 6 releases. This was her 4th, tune written by Don Robey. Her real name was Lilia Lavelle White, but you know her as Miss Lavelle. This is from February 61. February 61, Miss Lavelle on the Duke label for Amnon. Something's wrong here. It's called Tide of Love.
it gets rough. I may have to swim the river, but I'll never give up. There may be fire you're walking through, so have faith, darling. I'll walk with you. I remember the night we met. I found true love and I'll never forget. You told me, darling, this love will last. So come on and forget the past. It's
So high, you can't go home.
so low,
So low, you can't go home.
so high,
You can't go home.
so low.
So low, you can't go home.
Maybe fire you're walking through, but have faith, darling. Walk with you, uh-huh. Whoa, uh-huh. I want to be loved. Don't ever say we're through. And if I live till the end of time, I'll still be loving you. My love is
So high, you can't go home.
so low,
So low, you can't go home.
so high, so low.
So low, you can't go home.
Maybe fire you're walking through, so have faith, darling. I'll walk with you. Uh-huh. Oh, I want to be loved by you. Nobody but you. No one can love me like you do. So come on home. Oh, come on.
That's Miss Lavelle and a group there. I don't know who the group is, but that's on Don Roby's Duke record label, February 61. Miss Lavelle it's called Tide of Love. That's for Amnon. The mess up is that the dubs, that was for Ronnie Sherman. See, what happens is Amnon probably requested that song sometime within the last 2 years. It's still in Charlene's file, and I might not. At one time, I wasn't playing it if it was within 6 months. So when I go to look at her or to get her research to pull into my cheat sheet, I do a find. This is all on Excel. So the first one that comes up, it's going to be if there's 10 dub songs in there, it's going to pick up that dub. And so the first one was Amnon's request, so she geared it toward him. So Ronnie's was on the bottom. So maybe we gotta clear out all that stuff, Charlene. We can't have 1,400 lines in that file. It's big enough as it is. Anyway, let's continue here. We are in overtime. I got to get these in. We go to Bridgeport, Connecticut for this request. For Rick in Philly, he requested a B-side here. The A-side I used to hear on Gus Gossard's show often, a song called Long Tall Girl, but the flip side is an excellent ballad. This is on the Les K record label. It's a subsidiary of Beltone Records, and this is for Rick in Philly. It features Matthew Morales on lead. This is from September 61. These are the Carnations from Bridgeport, not the Carnations from Newark that we heard earlier. The Carnations on Les K. It's called Is There Such a World?
I'm dreaming of a world today where we can live and love each day. Oh, where can it be? Oh, where can it be? This world of mine, it has to be paradise
just for you and I.
It has a moon and a sky. I wonder if
there is such a place
where we may both live our own way. It has to be a world of love. It has to be a world of peace. Oh, where can it be? Oh, where can it be? This world of mine. This world of
B-sides here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. That's for Rick and Philly, the Carnations. Matthew Morales on lead, September 61 on the Les K record label. The flip of Long Tall Girl. It's called Is There Such a World? Yes, there is. On Saturday nights right here on YouTube and Oldies and More Radio, the world of Johnny G's Vinyl Treasure Show. Let's continue. We move into 1962 for this group, originally from San Bernardino, California. First recorded as the Pentagons. You must know their tune To Be Loved. First came out on Fleet International, was then picked up by Bob Keene's Donna record label. Well, this is a request for Chuck Mitchell in Ohio, August 1962. They also recorded as the Chesterfields. The Chesterfields on the Phillips record label. This is produced by Buck Ram. It features Joe Jones Jr. on lead. This is for Chuck Mitchell, August 62. The Chesterfields, a.k.a. the Pentagons, on the Phillips label. It's called A Dream Is But a Dream, for Chuck.
A dream is but a dream without a lover.
Devotion, 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 devotion. A word is just a word without emotion. Emotion, emotion, emotion. A dream is but a dream without a lover. And you
You know, a kiss is just a kiss without each other. Your life is full of pain. Your whole world is wet with the rain. Oh, my darling, oh, man, what is life without your love? Without your love, without your love, without your love, without your love.
That's going out to Chuck Mitchell in our YouTube chat room, August 62. They're called the Chesterfields, a.k.a. the Pentagons. Joe Jones Jr. on lead. It's on the Phillips record label. A great ballad there. A dream is but a dream, as we wind down here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. And we are in 1962. Now here's a request for young Joel Chandler here as we head to Detroit, Michigan, to Willie Ewing's Chex record label out of Detroit. Now, this group consisted of 2 gals and 2 guys, and it's their only release, a tune written by the label owner, who was a.k.a. Tony Ewing, who also recorded on the Spin and the Chex label, and the other writer is Othea George Jr., who recorded for Volume and the Chex label. This is from December of 62. They're called the Bohemians. The Bohemians on Chex Records, CHEX, out of Detroit. This is for Joel. It's called Say Sweet Things. December 1962 release there for the Bohemians. That's for Joel Chandler, a.k.a. Zenith, in our YouTube chat room. Say Sweet Things is the name of the tune. That's on the Chex record label. We stay in 1962 with a request for Jimmy Amato, and this is on the Belltone record label for this group called the Headliners. And well, even though they don't have the X's on this, I would say this was the intended A-side. And I have this on a white promo with brown vinyl. That I do, but I don't know anything about the group. They're called the Headliners. This is for Jimmy Amato, July 62 on Belltone. It's called B, the letters B.I. More. This is for Jimmy.
This is the story of B.I. Moore and the girl he called his baby. B.I. Moore was a happy man. He had a little girl and she was great. He called her baby. He called her baby, and she was just as a pretty and a tenderly his baby. Every night when he came home, she was there waiting. Oh, how he carried with his baby. Whoa, with his baby. She was just as pretty and lovely. She was his baby. Then one day he was called away across the sea. You know he promised her that he would return. He said, "Now will you wait for me?" Hey, and then 2 years passed and B.I. Moore came home. Who you think was there waiting with open arms? It was his baby. Yes, sir, it was his baby. She was just as pretty, and he was glad to see his baby. And she was just as pretty, and he was glad to see his baby. She was just as pretty as can be. He was glad to see his baby. She was as pretty as can be. He was glad to see his baby.
As going out to Jimmy Amato in our YouTube chat room, the Headliners. Headliners there from July 62. B.I. Moore is the name of the tune. Came out on Belltone Records. That was that was a parent label to Les K Records, by the way, out of New York City. And we are in 62. This is a request for listener what's your last name here? Oh, Charlene. This is Adrian. This is for Adrian. Adrian in the YouTube chat room listening in Mexico. His lone release from January 62 on Juggy Murray's Cracker Jack record label. The group is called Linda and the Del Rios. Now, Linda, her name is Linda Steele, and she's originally from Providence, Rhode Island. Now, this song charted regionally. This was number 37 on WNHC in New Haven, Connecticut, and supposedly the Del Rios were from Bedford, Massachusetts, and after some personnel changes, the Del Rios would become Chubby and the Turnpikes. Of course, with more evolution, they evolved into Tavares in the 70s. Interesting. Anyway, this is from January 62. This is for Adrian, Linda and the Del Rios with Linda Steele on lead. It's on Cracker Jack Records. It's called I Don't Want to Be Loved, parentheses, Not by Him.
Stay
As going out to Adrian listening in Mexico there. That's Linda and the Del Rios, January 1962 on the Cracker Jack record label. I Don't Want to Be Loved by Him is the name of the tune. Linda there, the lead. She's Linda Steele on lead. As we continue here on the Vinyl Treasures Show, and we move into 1963 for this group out of Washington, D.C. This is a request for listener Amnon. They have 2 overall releases. Their first release was in 1962 on B. Tibbetts' Bale record label, and that was in 62. This is their second release. Came out on Joe Dasher's Code label, and this one released in December of 63, a tune written by B. Tibbetts and produced by Joe Dasher, the label owner. And Marvin Pod, you need to change the dates on your, and I don't think, also Ferdy Gonzalez has it wrong. This record is not from 57. This record hit the charts in December of 1963. I forget if it was in Washington, D.C., was somewhere, because you can check it out on the ARSA website there, but they have the wrong dates. There was a Code release, the first label on Code with Artemer, I forget the last name, it's a pink label. That was a 1950s press, but this label resurrected in 1963, and it's for Amnon. They're called the Fantones. December 63 on the Code label. It's called This Is Love.
That's why it hurts more than you know. When you say we are through. People don't know. No, they just don't know. They just don't know that I love you so. But you knew, my love was true. My love was true. But regardless, you broke my heart in two. Oh, love needing you. I'm needing you. Oh, needing you. I'm needing you. I'm so lonely, and so blue. Love to be all mine and keep me happy at all times. And I'm needing you. I'm needing you. Oh, I'm needing you. I'm needing you. Yeah, I'm needing you. I'm needing you. Oh, that's love is true. I'm needing you. Yeah, I'm needing you. I'm needing you. Oh,
as by request for listener Amnon, they're called the Fantones. They're out of Washington, D.C. December 63 on the Code record label, This Is Love. You see, the people that don't own the records or don't know, they just, when they see the labels and the numbering, they think it's from the same year. It's not. They wouldn't have squiggly lines in 1957. No way they would do that, but they would in the 1960s. That is a fact. But anyway, Johnny G's got 2 more 45s to go here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. I'm going to send this one out to listener Gordy Freeman. He went to bed, but he'll have to listen on the archive. This group is from the Lincoln Heights section of Los Angeles, and it's really a travesty that this song was not released it was a travesty that the song was released during the British invasion, because this record had zero chance. I mean, zero chance of ever being played, first of all, or ever really making it in 1964, because this sound was out. It was like, at least they should have released this or recorded this maybe 4 years prior. 4 years prior, I think it would have had a shot. But this is produced by Cliff Goldsmith, who had success producing all those novelty tunes for the Olympics on the RV label. But this is on Galaxy Records. Galaxy Records, and it features James Hubbard on lead. So we're going to send this one out to Gordy Freeman, August 1964. Let's give a listen to the showcases. I have a real copy. This was not cheap. This is on Galaxy Records. It's called This Love Was Real.
This love,
this love was real.
This love was real.
Baba me.
Oh, yes, it was. It was so wonderful.
Baba me.
Oh, yes, it was. And I know.
Yes, I know. Baba me.
His love was real.
Oh, this love was real.
As the heavens were opened,
Baba me.
I can see the vision of my love
Baba me.
that was dear to me. And I know
Yes, I know. Baba me.
his love was real.
This love was real.
This love, yes, it was this love that was so wonderful that no one in this world could calmly share the happiness. And as I look at the heavens up above, I still perceive that love that was dear to me, because
This love was real.
The heavens were opened,
Baba me.
I can see the vision of my love
Baba me.
that was dear to me. And I know, yes I know,
Baba me.
his love was real.
This love.
Ah, this love.
I'll send that one out to Gordy Freeman there. Ultra Rare 45. It's on the Galaxy record label. I did know the label owner on this, but anyway, but this group would later have a release as Mr. Zulu and the Warriors on the Score label. I have that 45. I think that comes on red vinyl, if I'm not mistaken. But this came out in August 64, had no chance of being played on the radio, but it's a killer record and ultra rare. The showcase is there, and again, that features James Hubbard on lead. This Love Was Real. It's on the Galaxy label. You can probably get it, Joel, if you're looking for the 45 on the Falco label. It's like a reissue label. They put it out. Somebody else might have put it out. But Mike Noriega sold me that record, as well as the Citadels. No, did he sell me the Citadels? Or I saw it at I won the Citadels on eBay, I think. But that's another great record that I like. But anyway, it was Mike Noriega that sold me that. He got 2 copies from the widow of the label owner, Galaxy Records. And I don't know who he sold it to. The 2 copies went as a pair, I understand. But I told him I would pay him cash for the record. I said he wanted payment right away, and I said, well, wait a minute, I can't really swing it right away, but if you take $100 off, I'll send you a check tomorrow. And he did that. So, but anyway, that's a hard record, but I thank Mike for offering me that record. I do, because he did sell me quite a few records during my collecting career. But anyway, that's going to do it for Johnny G and the Vinyl Treasure Show. I want to thank you for joining Johnny G, listening to these cool 45s out of my collection. If you have a request, send it to me at vinyltreasures@aol.com, but only if it's 50s and early 60s. If you have soul requests, you have to send them to me for my Wednesday night show, because I'm on Wednesday nights at 9 o'clock live, so you can tune into that show. But I play 60s soul music out of my collection. But again, thank you all for tuning in tonight. Thank you for all your requests. Sometimes it's a chore for me to find them, but I'm just happy to have the majority of your requests. I don't have them all, but I do have a lot. But if you missed any of the show, it'll be on YouTube. At least you can check the archive out there. I will be posting this show as a stream on my website, vinyltreasures.net, so you can go there if you want to stream or download the show. You can do that. But again, and I'll be back here on Oldies and More Radio on Wednesday night, as well as YouTube. So if you're new to the program, please subscribe to my YouTube channel. Very important to do that, and give me the thumbs up. I want to get to 1,000 subscribers, so I will be doing specials like during the day, so a lot of you UK listeners can see the show live. I had some of the guys in UK come in on Saturday night. It was like early in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, they were tuned into the show. It was like amazing that they were doing that. But anyway, thank you all again for tuning in tonight. Thank you, Charlene, again for all your help. The closer tonight is a flip side, because last week I played a request for Kenny Mac, this group out of Philadelphia. You know them. They had a big hit, in 1961 on the Heritage label called When We Get Married. But last week I played for Kenny their tune called Amazons and Coyotes. It came out on the Swan record label. I also have it on Casino, but I thought that was not even an original. I don't know. But they're called the Dream Lovers. The Dream Lovers, because Darryl Letts requested the flip side of the 45. This is on Swan Records. This is written by Al Turner and written by Al Turner, Jerry Ross, and Kenny Gamble. This was adapted from the Modern Ink Spots, Modern Ink Spots 1962 Russ release. Okay, this is features Donald Hogan on lead from December 63. Our closer is the Dream Lovers on Swan. The song is called Together. So we're together every Saturday from 9 till what time? 1:14. So that's it for Johnny G. I got to go relax. I'll see you here next Saturday night. If not, I'll see you Wednesday night at 9 p.m., 9 to midnight, or here Saturday night, 9 to midnight with overtime. That's going to do it, folks. Everybody have a safe and happy week. I'll see you next time. Send me your requests. Just want to say, everybody, so long.
Loving you
together.